Oh, that is not the correct capture at all. Hello. Bear with me for a moment. And for one, I need to put on a different playlist song, but then I need to fix whatever's happening here. No idea why this would be happening. Not Godot. Oh. It was Jorce, for some reason. Okay, interesting. Well, at least we fixed that. Yes, hello, the stream avatars are on today. I guess is what that means. Yeah, I managed to port that over as well. Actually, a lot less work than porting over all the other stuff, because, like, unlike most of the stream stuff, because Stream Avatars is on Steam, it actually was able to just load a backup from the cloud. So, yeah, that just kind of worked. Now, there we go. Yes, we are back in GameMaker today, in all of its laggy glory. And, yeah, we have a very annoying bug that I'm trying to fix today. Such that I really do just kind of need to focus, if I'm being real. I'm not gonna be as, like, heavy on the commentary today, probably. Yeah, I'll quickly run the game just to, like, sort of showcase what is happening, like, what the problem is. Apart from the frame rate stuttering, which is also kind of an issue. But I mean, yeah, so, like, annoying issue, and you'll see that I've reduced the shotgun to, like, a speed of 1. Or, sorry, I've reduced the shotgun to 1 bullet. Just for consistency, and being able to, like, debug this easier. But, basically, the bug here is that this down here is like an ordinary destructible. It's not actually like a semi-solid, so I can actually like walk through it. I had to port the way that the semi-solids and stuff work in order to make it so that you can actually like kill like these doors. Since that's something I wanted you to be able to do. It's gonna take a little bit of time for me to manually do this with 1 bullet. But yeah, you'll see that you can now kill doors that have been opened. But yeah, now the problem is that, I mean, for 1, bullets can now just travel through walls, for whatever reason. Which is interesting. I didn't even know that was a thing. But the other thing that's kind of weird is that for some reason semi-solids are like double applying the like density fall off. So like there's a penalty to bullet speed while traveling through like a semi-solid such as this ballistic gel. But like for some reason it is much steeper on the semi-solids than on just like ordinary destructibles. And I have no idea why. Because, like, they literally use the same script. Like, the exact same code, so there's no reason why that should be happening. And, like, I've even tried debugging, like, all this other stuff, too. To no avail. So, it's just very, very odd. But, I'm also realizing I should probably simplify the gun even farther. To make it, like, more obvious. Let's see. Let's just do... this. So take off that randomization. And then also take off this randomization. We'll just set this to like 5. And like that'll allow me to like easily showcase what I mean. Also, welcome in, Lemon. Hello, hello. Hope you're well. Yeah, if it'll hook the capture, please. Please? Okay, it is in fact not doing that. You're gonna be locking at a game dev stream while doing game dev? Hell yeah. Enjoy the game dev. Man, why is this not capturing? That is really odd. I feel like it did this shit last time too, which is annoying. Can you please actually do this? Please? Okay, apparently this is just not working. My life right now is so cooked, man. I so badly miss having, like, a working, full-on, like, PC. Hang on. I'm gonna have to, like, rerun the game and see if that does it. No, it's still not doing it. What the fuck? Am I gonna have to re-add this capture again? I think I am. That's so weird, because it worked at first. Game maker. Game video. Runner. Method automatic. Do that. Okay. And then commence form searching noises, right? It do be like that. It do be like that sometimes. Okay, so that's working, and if I do this... Okay, that is not working. Which is why I think I have to change the capture method again. Windows 10 and up. Okay. And then now it just works. What the fuck? Alright, whatever. Yeah, you'll see that this, like, semi-solid is applying much more fall-off than, like, this destructible. Even though that they have, like, the same hardness value. So, like, they should be giving the same amount of bullet fall-off. But, like, this is double applying it for some reason. And I know that it's double applying it because if I... Oop. If I... shrink the game down... Gonna take a little bit of dragging around. But yeah, you'll see, well, you may not see, but like, you can look kind of at the console. And I do have, like, console commands for this. So if I fire a bullet, then pause the game, I can do frame advance, frame advance, frame advance, frame advance, frame advance, and then this is the point of impact. So you can see it's only meant to be applying the bullet slowdown 5 times. But it's actually doing it 10 times. Like, if we click back into this, you'll see on the point of impact, it does it once, then it adds it to the collision list, then it does 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, instead of 5, which is what it should be. It should only be doing this 5 times, and it's doing it 10 times. So, like, I honestly have no idea why it's doing it like this. Like, that is beyond me, man. Also, my game capture is somehow bugged even farther. Which is crazy. Whatever. Yeah, I have no idea what could be causing this, because it works just fine for destructibles. But then for semi-solids, it just doesn't. Like, the only thing I could possibly think of is that semi-solid, semi-solids actually inherit from destructibles, but I don't know why that would make it apply twice, considering that, like, the only thing it does is just check for an object of that type. Like, that is the only time where it, like, checks for a parent or anything. And, like, all of this is being run from the bullet. I'm also realizing, once again, like, this collision script is now no longer working for walls either, so... maybe it calls it from the supertype, then calls it again from the subtype. Once again, like, I thought maybe that was happening, but the problem is that these don't actually have the code for, like, slowing down bullets in them. So there really shouldn't be anything like that. Like, this is all being run from the bullet, instead of from, like, the objects that actually inherit each other. So I guess the long and short of it is that, no, that shouldn't be the case. But for some reason, it is for some reason. I realize I just said for some reason twice. Makes no sense. I don't know, I'm like truly befuddled by this. Like, I can tell it's running it twice because it, once again, just like shows this debug message more than once. Like, I don't know. Do I have to do like num -1 maybe? Hang on. That could maybe be a cause of it. Also, welcome in, Zell. Hello, hello. I'm now realizing this might need to be -1. Because, like, if we do instance place list, what you working on? I'm working on a top-down shooter game, but primarily trying to fix a really strange bug. Actually, no, like, this shouldn't need a -1 because, like, if there's... Yeah, so if there's 1 on the list, How this should work is that if there's one thing on the list of things colliding with, or being collided with, then this is 1, and then it runs it once, because like I would equal 0, then it would increment, and then I would equal 1. It would no longer be less than 1. So then it would stop. So this is fine. Is a semi-solid layered twice? I also checked that. And it is in fact not. So this is just one object. I can like move it around, put it back. It is just one object. So I tried that too. I don't think this has any like creation code either. Yeah, it's just really strange. I've never had a bug like this before. I also don't know why this isn't working, because this should be getting asset tiles from the tile set, which would allow it to collide and actually delete it. I guess because, hang on. We might need to do, like, asset, object, and then do, like, a does not equals. Because, like, I guess tile set refers to, like, a tile set asset like this and not a tile layer in the room. So that might be why that's not working. We can quickly test that. Like, this will be one of those things where you forgot a conditional statement of something simple and you'll feel so stupid when you realize what the problem is. And, like, I get that. I feel like that is where I am, but, like, man, if it's not kicking my ass. Also, this is still not working as it should. Please. Okay, I don't know why that was positioned up there. Can I please get you to behave? Okay, and then if I do this, there we go. Like one time you spent an hour to realize you forgot to put a while loop on your conditional statement. Yeah, right. Is that just... Okay, no, for a second I thought it was colliding with the magazine. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, still has this issue, but at least it actually collides with the walls now, so we fixed that small issue. Really, really strange. And like, here's the other thing too, is I know it's only adding it to the list once, so it shouldn't be like a double list entry issue either. All I could, like, the only other thing I could think of, because it's not like an error with this repeat statement either, because like, otherwise that would be a problem for the normal destructible as well. So like, the only thing I could even think of that could be causing it to repeat is this like for loop. Hmm. Like, this just has infinite health. The same amount of hardness. I mean, it literally just one-to-one inherits the create event from this. Like, I need to try something, man. Hang on. I need to try something real quick. If I just, like, remove this, like, where it's checking for a semi-solid. Like, what if we only check for destructible? This will make the door, like the open door, not work correctly. Yeah, so like this no longer does anything. Like even if we shoot it a bunch. Oh, I mean, okay, it did. But yeah, so like it's not even that it checks that twice. I think maybe, yeah, okay, so it makes this door not work correctly. Like it makes it treat it like a wall. Hmm. It's a full loop reading objects or object types. Could be doing it twice because it reads the supertype as a type and the subtype as a type. That's what that was like meant to isolate, but no, that didn't do it either. And this adds its ID. Let me double check what ID refers to. I think identifying handle for the instance. Every instance that you create is given a handle that is used to internally identify this instance. Variable ID is what you can use to reference it. The ID is also returned and stored in variable. Hmm. Is the ID of the original instance running the code? Wait. Wait a minute. Do I just have the wrong ID? That would be crazy if so. To be fair, like, some of this as well is just me being like a Game Maker 1 veteran and not knowing the differences. This could just be it, is that I was using the wrong ID. Because I don't think instance ID was a thing in Game Maker 1. No, that crashed the game. Okay. Hmm. Is this Unity? This is Game Maker. It's just like basically GameMaker 1 and GameMaker 2/GameMaker Studio, which is what this is, they're like two different editors. Essentially. So like even though they're both a game maker and they're both made and maintained by the same company. Well, I say maintained, Game Maker 1 isn't maintained anymore, but this is basically like the much newer version of Game Maker. Whereas like I was always using an older version just because I liked its layout more. Which is essentially to say that there's been like maybe like 8 years of changes to the language and the editor between like the version I was using and like this version, which is part of what causes so many issues for me. Yeah, so using instance ID wasn't the fix. I assume just like doing this isn't gonna fix it either, like just taking away this like ID thing. I have to assume. It was using Roblox Studio, fair enough. The game has once again refused to show up. God damn it. Game Maker. I wonder why OBS does that. Okay. Yeah, this still hasn't fixed it. So now what? I mean, I'm still gonna do .id. I might have to just restructure this entire collision event. This is really annoying. Also, I need to figure out if that's like a command or a function for finding like a parent anywhere in the tree. Because like otherwise I'm gonna have to find some other thing. Or I'm gonna have to make my own script to do that. Make a find parent anywhere in parent chain. Apparently there is... Well, hang on. This might just be some hallucinated bullshit. Apparently there is a... Well, hang on. Maybe this isn't? So there's... Object is... Ancestor? Okay, hang on. That's nice. Okay. Index child. Okay. Object is ancestor. Which can be used to check an object and see if it is an ancestor or not of another object. Okay, so that's good. Does object as ancestor count for itself? Do I wonder? To be object indices and not the instance IDs. Okay. Makes sense. Now, I want to see if I can just, like, take out this part. I'll just quickly do that. So if the object is an ancestor, or if the object is not an ancestor of this, it'll run this. Let's see. Once again, it is not showing it. Click back in. There we go. Okay, so that still works, but this does not. Okay, so it does need that extra clause in there. So it needs to check that it's not a destructible and that it's not an ancestor of the destructible. And that should work. In terms of, like, a more effective way to do this. This doesn't fix the bug, this is just kind of an unrelated optimization. Okay, so that does do the optimization I was thinking of. Okay. That's good. Oh, and it would probably make the door start working again as well. Is the other thing. Let me quickly check that. Okay. Yeah, so like it makes the door start working too. So that's nice. This will no longer just like destroy it without like the additional clauses. I'm able to find instance for object. Something. Okay, whatever. Oh, brother. Okay, so there's an issue with this too. Oh my god, man. Oh god. Okay, so like there's an issue here where this being anything but an object is allowing it to pass in like stuff that is invalid. Like passing in a deleted object since that's technically not an object. Which is really fucking annoying. I don't really know how I'd fix that either, like off the dome. Yeah, that's kind of complicated. Because, like, it would need to dynamically remove it from the list and then also decrement I. So that's troublesome, to say the least. Like, it would have to dynamically modify the for loop. Hang on. Let me see something. Okay, make a check something is a tile layer. As if layer is a tile layer. Oh. That's really annoying. So, like, the thing I am being presented here, like, what is becoming more and more clear is I think I'm gonna have to split this into two different collision check events. Where, like, one of them is gonna have to be for stuff that just deletes it, or for stuff that's just rigid. And then one is gonna be for stuff that is, like, soft. It's like the long and short. Like, I need two different collision lists now. Okay. So, like, in that case... Okay. We're going to have a regular collide array. And then we're going to need a ballistic collide array that is, like, slightly different. And then we need a ballistic penetrate array. So we need to, like, basically split this into lists of, like, different behaviors, I guess. And then this would be where we put OBJ semi-solid, or really just OBJ, OBJ destructible. You take this out from here as well. And then in this script that gets the collide array, oh, okay, so I've named this general. I should probably keep that language consistent. Call this general. Get collider array for ballistic objects such as bullets. And then get array for things ballistic objects can penetrate. I mean, this might not even be, like, necessary. We might be able to just, like, do this manually in the bullet script. I don't know. It's an idea. Do I know anything about Roblox Studio? Not really. I know that it runs on, like, Lua, I'm pretty sure, or at least it used to. I'm not sure if it still does. Yeah, I'm not really, like, a Lua person, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know. I think this would work. Like if I now split this into two different events. So yeah, walls should never, like, dynamically delete themselves. Or not due to a bullet, at least. Well... trying to, like, think this out. Would I need to split this into, rather than, like, things it collides with and deletes itself versus things that it collides with and can go through, do we just split this into, like, objects and tile maps? Or tile layers? I don't know. It runs on a Roblox-specific coding language based in Lua called Luau. Luau is not an object-based language, but you're making a party game, so you have to bullshit some stuff to make to actually make working pointers. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know much about that. Like, I've only very lightly dabbled in, like, Roblox dev. I never really made anything. So... I guess... I'm trying to think if this would even fix the issue that I'm having here. I don't think it would, necessarily. Actually, no, this should work, because, like, if I ever need to make something like a wall that is destructible, I can just use semi-solids, and even if it's supposed to be, like, a really rigid wall, I could just make it so that it, like, hella destroys, like, the speed, and then that should just delete the bullet anyway. So I think this is fine, splitting it up like this. Ghostu is very nice for working with multiple people, which is what you're doing, and posting is really easy. That is nice. I do kind of wish, like, more editors would dabble in, like, I guess, like, well, I don't know if this is necessarily what you're talking about in your case, but I wish more editors would dabble in, like, being able to basically, like, multiplayer an editor. Because, like, what a lot of editors do instead is, like, each person has to, like, locally have their editor open, and then they make local changes. And then they, like, push those changes to, like, a version control sort of thing. Like, a Git repository. So, does Roblox allow you to just live work in, like, the same editor? Because if so, that is really cool. Like, if a repository isn't even, like, required. I mean, obviously, like, version control is still useful, but... Roblox Studio, you can just join a live editing session, which edits the whole Roblox game file, which runs and saves onto Roblox service. Yeah, so that's, like, really cool. I wish that more, like, game dev editors would, like, do stuff like that. Where it's, like, a live editing session. Because, yeah, like, I don't think Game Maker lets you do that. I don't think Unity lets you do that, at least, like, not natively. I'm sure there's probably, like, plugins for some stuff like that, for certain editors. But, like, having that as a feature by default is really cool. Yeah, very, very neat, indeed. Yeah, I need to now figure out how I want to get these, like, arrays passed in. So I guess we do... this. If object type equals general, then we copy over general collide array, like that. And then instead we would copy over ballistic collide array for these. And then all of them need to have like the level tile set inserted. We should run like C++ and not Lua, but it's not that big of a deal. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard that Lua is like kind of finicky. It should run on assembly. That would possibly be a nightmare. But yeah, like I don't know. I'm once again like not super well versed on like Lua, so I don't know why it isn't used more often, but I would imagine there's a reason, right? I almost want to say it's not like the thing with Lua, and like maybe this is why it's used in Roblox, but is Lua like a more of like a net coding kind of thing? I'm gonna actually Google this instead of just pulling that out of my ass real quick. Use Lua for... Okay, not quite, apparently. Designed mainly for embedded use in applications. I'm not quite sure what that pertains to. I'm gonna stop Googling things that are irrelevant to my current work. I should probably try and stay focused a little bit. Yeah, then like here I can get... Okay. Rigid collisions with, and then this is gonna be penetrate array. So we initiate a new array for this for soft collisions with, like that. Okay. This still, I'm now realizing, might still be a problem though. Maybe. But still gonna have to loop through a list and like check all of this. I mean, we'll try it though. Hang on. OJ player. We do. Let's just leave that name there for a second. Also, we are going to be in ads soon, but do excuse me while I continue trying to make this work. You won't be missing anything major, it's mostly just me, like, refactoring stuff. Wish you could be helpful, but all you can do is watch the struggle? No, that's all good, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. We need to pass this into here. We can just take this away. So copies the penetrate array, a global ballistic collide array, okay. That all seems good. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So yeah, it gets a collide array and a penetrate array. And then we go to bullet. Okay. So then I believe what we do. Also, welcome back from ads. I believe what we do is we check if place meeting x, y. I mean, it would have to be different for the collide array, and then this, like, one below it would have to be the penetrate array. And then we'd move this from here. This is collisions that could instantly delete this bullet. Okay. And then this is collisions that should not instantly delete this bullet. Mind-blowing. Let me take this out, I think. I think that is the correct bracket to delete here. And then here we just check if an instance exists. That should never be a semi-solid tile set. So, like, this should just be fine. In place list, this would be penetrate array. Okay. So this checks for only objects that are in that penetrate array. Then for each of them, it'll get the like object identifier. And then if that instance still exists, it will apply slowdown. It'll add them to the list of things that have already penetrated, so that won't do it anymore. It'll deal the damage to it. If it needs to destroy the object, it'll do that too. So let's see if that works at all. It doesn't just instantly break the game. Okay, it instantly broke the game. That's fantastic. Okay, it should be bullet instance dot penetrate array. That was what crashed it. Pretty straightforward. We will now see once again if this instantly crashes the game or not. Okay, that's good. It's a good sign that this like door is working too. Like the walls work. This door, as long as I shoot it enough, it works. Keep in mind that, like, I had to... This is normally a shotgun, but I had to, like, decrease its output just to be able to, like, debug this easier. So that's why this is taking so long to, like, shoot down. Unless the health isn't working. That might actually be the case, and that would be really funny. I think that is actually the case. I am like mag dumping that door and it isn't working. That's really silly. Oh, hang on. Oh, now it's just not colliding with them at all. Okay. I see how it is. Rightio then. So, what is breaking collision? That's what I'm saying, man. I have no idea. It's like, it should be copying the array from... So strange. But, like, never... at any point... does that. Oh, hang on. Do this, and then do if penetrate array does not equal 1. I mean, that's a very slight thing, but that is an issue. It should be checking for null on this. It should be doing it in 2 separate steps. Man, I'm not even sure if I have to check for null, I'm now realizing. But I probably should anyway. Let's see if that somehow fixes it. I don't know how it would, but we'll see. Yeah. So now it's just not registering it at all. Like it's the same speed whether we fire it there, here, or there. That's odd. Because, like, you would expect... Is it maybe this? No. Because, like, that's what gets the other thing. Okay, hang on. Penetrate. That is really strange. It's like, it should be getting this. Unless, did I copy the wrong array here? Did I copy collide array instead of penetrate array? That would make sense. I did in fact do that. Okay, hang on. I don't know why insert is also on, but there we go. Okay, so that was just having the wrong array passed in. Oh, hang on. This is promising. So there it slows down, here it doesn't, and then here it also slows down. So I think we just fixed it. Somehow. I don't know why refactoring it like that actually fixed it, but it did? That's really odd. I don't know why that was the issue. Game Maker is jank, I guess. But I think that does now work. Yeah. And then it should also work the same for these. It should still be able to... all this. Yeah. And then same if it's, this sort of a thing. Yeah, all of this was in the interest of making it so that you can shoot open doors as well. Yeah, which there we go. Obviously, it still doesn't quite look right just because it, like, falls into the wall, but... You know, the idea was to get it just working on a very basic level before we get it to actually, like, kind of look right. That's nice. Yeah, GG's, I guess. I hate working with this program sometimes. I have no idea why that, of all things, worked. Now I should be able to just, like, Actually, hang on. Before I do any more changes at all, let me... let me quickly git push that. I really do not want to have to do that all again. Hang on. Semi-solid refactor now seems to work correctly. Okay. That's great news. And then now we can change the shotgun back to normal. So instead of doing this, we can set these both to 10. This can get its random range back as well. Fine. Okay. And the game is not showing up. Thank you, OBS, for letting me down once again. Okay. I forgot to reintroduce the random speed. So it's kinda silly. I don't know why it's having a sharper effect on some bullets than others when they all come out at the same time, but... Did I give them, like, random fall-off differences? I don't know. I don't know. Might just be like a subframe difference. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. I don't really care, to be honest. Maybe I should, though. I probably should care a little bit about why that would be happening. Yeah, that seems good. Have like a full shotgun blast, and then you have shotgun blast with some drag. Sick. Nice. And then yeah, like these you can just walk through. They're not like the same. Which is funny. Oh. It's funny that I did all of this effort just for something that is probably only going to be realistically used for like these like open doors. I basically just wanted a way to have like a destructible object that the player can like walk through. Because, like, the doors, when they're opened, have no collision, and that's on purpose. Like, even though it doesn't make a lot of physical sense, I like it because it's just better for gameplay. I don't want people to have to, like, wrangle with, like, weird collision on these when they're trying to do just, like, action shooty. Action shooty game. Why not make other interactables Chaz and stuff? I have thought about that, but like the thing is you wouldn't be able to just like straight up walk through them still. Like those would still be rigid. At the very least I am gonna have to introduce some other class of object where like you can walk through them but like it destroys them by doing that, if that makes sense. It's like you could maybe have like a pot and like if you run into it, it just shatters the pot. Like that could be a thing. So for now I'm quite happy with this though. Yeah, that will be a thing eventually, I guess is the long and short of that. Now, back to this issue that I said I didn't care about, but now realizing I should probably care about. Why is it that some of these are being affected more strongly than others? Because, like, see, they're all the same speed. And they hit this and suddenly some of them drop off, like, way more than usual. This part might be like an actual double collider problem, or like double added sort of thing. I don't know why that would be happening. It's really strange. So the same speed. There shouldn't be anywhere else where randomness is being introduced. Unless, like, it is in some other way. No. Okay, so we have another issue on our hands then. Let me simplify this down to like two each per like barrel. So like, yeah, that still does happen. It's like half of them, consistently half of them have like a difference in how well they travel through. So that should only add 1, 2. Oh, what? Some of them aren't even colliding at all. Or aren't even like adding that to its collide list. So like 2 of the bullets are basically just like full traveling. Like they're getting no slowdown at all. Does it? Okay, it still works here though. That's really odd. So they are getting some collision. So if I change this to like 3... Oh, I'm stupid. It's because I didn't copy it over here too. See, this is what happens when I like have really unoptimized like temporary code such as I have here. Where like this could absolutely be a lot more efficient for the record. I am aware that this is like horrendous. Yeah, that should now work. Like, now if I have them all at the same speed... Yeah. They'll all be affected the same. Then all we need to do is reintroduce the random speed, and then... we are 100% okay. We'd be out of the woods. Nice. Very good. Big fan. Now, I want to make sure the penetration difficulty thing is working as well. So, like, we should see a dramatic slowdown in the bullet speed as it passes through, like, this door. It does appear to be happening. Yeah. I could even go a little further. Hopefully this won't just outright destroy the door. Random speed on a scale of Urara to Golshi. Exactly. Yeah, that does seem to be working. Basically, if it's not super clear what I mean by that, that's basically two types of, like, speed penalty for, like, the bullet penetration here. One of them is, like, the initial, like, penetration, where it's, like, you know, you think about something like a door, you would need, like, a certain amount of force to initially even get into the door. So, it's basically, like, it does a greater speed penalty for when it immediately, like, makes impact with the object. But then once it's actually, like, inside the soft object, it's, like, it'll still get some drag, but, like, it doesn't get as much, if that makes sense. Basically, when you think about it kind of like a wound channel, right? It's like the difficulty to actually penetrate the skin versus the difficulty to actually, like, continue traveling through the skin would be, like, the difference. Because, like, it's easier to continue a wound channel than to, like, initially create it where there is none. Because, like, actually penetrating into an object would, like, weaken that wound channel. Sorta. It's, like, the idea. Nice. Arguably, you do not want projectiles penetrating through you. True. Well, I'm not sure if that's quite what you meant, but I'm gonna assume that's what you meant. Oh, arguably you do not want projectiles through penetrating. Ideally, they dump all energy into the target. This is true. That is also correct. I now realize what you mean, yeah. Because, like, sometimes having more energy transfer can be more brutal than, like, actually just making it all the way through. That is true. That's a good point. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how I would implement something like that, but that's a good point. I should think about that. I think maybe, like, I'm just gonna have to accept that it's a little bit more simplified for this game. Because, like, it only does damage on initial impact. It doesn't, like, continue doing damage for, like, however deep it goes. Or anything. Yeah, anyway, I don't really have anything else to do on this for now, then. I actually didn't expect that it was going to be fixable that quickly, if you can believe it. I thought this was going to be a much longer refactor. It's like, I could try and get the door breaking there to look better, but that's going to require some more thinking. This is another case where I feel like I kind of have to take a break from it to, like, kind of properly think out how I want that to work. Because, like, I need to prevent them from falling through the wall somehow. But, like, just doing it as a collider isn't quite gonna work. I might have to introduce a thing where, like, if it's already colliding with a wall, then it'll just stop falling completely. I don't know. Yeah, kinda strange. It's like, I think even if I slow it down... Yeah... It's like, it already starts, like, partially embedded in the wall. Which is kinda interesting. And, like, making it so that it just stops its animation on collision would have some, like, weird implications for, like, how the animation would look otherwise. Oh my god, Aeon! Welcome in. Hope you all are doing well. Oh god. I might be about to get, like... Yep, I am being, like, triple, quadruple rated. Holy hell. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you all are having a good one. I'm gonna have to try and quickly go through all these shoutouts. Good lord. I hope y'all are doing well. I was actually, like, about to switch off of this. But now I feel like I shouldn't. I'm gonna have to, like, make my way through all this. Yeah, thank you Aeon, Jinx, and Sonos. I hope you all had a good time playing Phasmophobia. You forgot to copy the message. All good. I got the idea. Yeah, a lot of raid alerts, that's for sure. Might be a little overboard. The lizards are really jamming? Indeed. I guess, for context, let me quickly rerun this to show, like, what we were working on. So... We're working on, like, a top-down shooter, kinda almost like Hotline Miami sort of a thing. Let me... I have to, like, redo the game capture sometimes. It's really buggy. Yeah. I guess, oh, I should say too, like, if anyone does have to head out or go to bed, that is also fine. I get that.
I got more coffee.
Oh. Yeah. Your friend asked you why you named your salamander Tiny. He told him it was because he was your newt. Or my newt. Nice. Very good, very good. I do know that joke, I'm a big fan. But yeah, so I guess to get to the point of the game that I was, like, sort of talking about earlier. So yeah, it's a top-down shooter. Currently only have, like, a shotgun. Very early in development. We were basically just trying to fix this bug where... essentially, like, different objects in this game, like, different materials and different, like, I guess, like, you know, interactable things would have, like, different, ways that, like, a bullet could, like, penetrate through them. So, like, you can see that shooting into this, what is meant to be ballistic gel kind of thing, actually, like, reduces the amount of speed on each bullet. So, yeah, there was a bug before where different kinds of, like, destructible things were, like, applying, this, like, penetration and drag differently. So, like, this one is rigid, I can't, like, go through this. Or it's, like, a semi-solid is what I call it. And then this would just be, like, an ordinary destructible that, I can walk through, which is primarily used for, like, this door. So, like, if I open a door, I intentionally disable the collision on it so that you can actually, like, walk through it without it interfering with your movement. But then, yeah, the problem with that before is, like, I wasn't able to then, like, shoot the door down even if you opened it. I don't know, there's a lot of different stuff to explain, but the long and short is that I had these two different types of things that would apply, like, bullet drag, and we just fixed an issue where it was applying it twice on semi-solids for some reason, compared to, like, non-semi-solids such as this. So, yeah, we're basically just fixing that issue. Let me also... I need to continue working through the shoutouts because I have 3 to give out. Yeah, thank you all once again for that. I really appreciate that. I wish I had a bit more to show for now, but... Once again, this is, like, very early, and I was actually, like, about to switch to something else, but... We could try working on, like, a little bit of something... A little bit of something different. Maybe. I don't know what I'd implement, but... I could, like, continue with this if y'all want me to. I could find something. Because, like, another issue I was just kind of, like, ideating on, like, how to fix it, is that when you shoot these, like, opened doors down, they kind of fall through the wall. Which is obviously not ideal. You don't really want that to happen. So I might see if I can quickly fix that in some way. Yeah, I just don't really know how I would yet. I could maybe make it so that... So that, like, while it's actively colliding with anything, it doesn't advance its animation? That could maybe be a way to do it. Like, I'm also trying to think if that's even practical. Much to think about. Yeah, I really don't know. It's like, that could work, but it would be kind of hard to implement because I currently just do this here. Like, all of this collision stuff I do in this object. So, like, the magazines that were being thrown out when I reload use the same kind of object. They're just, like, different parameters for said object. They're just different types of particles. So yeah. Interesting. And then they also inherit from animated, which is what controls, like, the sprite getting, like, kinda changed. I just don't really know how I would, like, interface these two things. Or maybe not interface, but I don't know how I'd get them to, like, work together in a more convenient way. I guess I could, like... This would be very scuffed, but I could maybe make it so that... In this... Like, I could maybe... Because it inherits that event from animated. And then I could just, like, negate it, but I'd have to see if I can get a way to, like, know if it collided with this. Does this return anything? Does this return, like, true or something? Apparently so. Okay. It returns an array, so we could just see... Actually, does it return -1 otherwise? Maybe not. So I'd have to check... I'd have to make like a variable for has collided. Let me see if I can now give the shout out to Sonos as well. Kind of multitasking here. Okay, there we go. I should follow you as well. I haven't actually... I don't think I've formally met Sonos. Yeah, I appreciate y'all. Yeah, I hope y'all had fun doing Phasmophobia. I was watching it a little bit earlier. I've never really played Phasmo, to be honest. But I do know that it's spooky. Yeah, I hope it was enjoyable all the same. I think what I can do from here is, like, if I do... Is that like an array size? Array length, maybe? It's probably array length, if I had to guess. I'll double check. Guess the length, number of entries in an array. Okay. So then we do if underscore has collided. If has collided equals... oh, sorry, it would be array length of has collided. I don't think I have to put in, like, the square brackets, but I'll double check. Oh, can you believe we got the IRL Scourge virus? Yeah, the hentai virus is old. Bro, you did it again! That's crazy! I already clipped the first one, I'm not clipping it a second time. Got the IRL Scourge virus, though. Don't clip that? Oh, don't worry, I'm not going to. I clipped it once already. I don't need to clip it again. Although it is funny. But what do you mean by IRL Scourge virus? What the hell? I'm so fucking scared. Scourge virus from Invincible, the one that wiped the Viltrumites? I don't really know anything about Invincible. I kind of live under a rock when it comes to a lot of these things, to be honest. I'd also be curious to know, like, what IRL equivalent you're even referring to. Something was expected at this time. There's a guy that dances while singing bacon, egg, and cheese. I don't know how this is relevant. I don't know, you're being a bit confusing right now. Array length is higher than 1, I think is what we need. Or higher than or equal to. Because I think 0 would be if it's empty, right? Number of entries of an array. So yeah, it should just be 0 if it has no entries. Anyway, how am I? I'm doing alright. Thank you for asking. So, interesting thing here.
Nope.
Is this all Jinx's fault? No. That is true. Jinx did nothing wrong. Except for maybe, like, the Awesome, but I mean, that's still alleged. I don't know, we're still not sure on that one yet. The jury's out. Yeah, I think if this is higher than or equal to 1, we can go ahead and reduce this. I see. Have you not heard? There definitely have been allegations of arson against Jinx. I don't make the news though, I just report it. Because you don't watch long streams. That's crazy. I mean, it isn't even, like, as much on stream, to be honest, though. I think she's, like, tweeted about it, too. There's even been, I think there's been drawings and, like, fan art, too, so I'm surprised you don't know. To your highest crap eating the wrong gummies twice. That is interesting. Bro was like, what the fuck? These aren't the Flintstones vitamins. The hell? Why am I feeling like high and shit? You're not a Twitter chud. I guess that's understandable. That's valid. Yeah, I do wonder, has this like worked? Okay, so it does prevent them from like caving in past the wall. That's nice. Well, sort of. If you were to enhance on this like small little section here, it does, but oh well. Not the end of the world. And it's actually kind of nice. That just works, sorta. It like looks a little strange when you think about it, but I don't know, it could be worse. By Queen Mariko, what incantations are these? I am utterly confounded by the peculiarity of the situation. At a door with thick Omni-Man on it? What? Nah, bro's tweaking. I don't know what you're on, but once again, maybe you've been hitting the Flintstone gummies too hard. I think you should just sleep this one. Sleep this one through. Bro is like out of his mind. Maybe the Maroween is hitting. Yeah, no shit. That would check out. Also, I think I'm gonna have to like modify the hitbox of these a little more. Because like currently I have them as one consistent hitbox, or one consistent collision box, but I think that's kind of insufficient. Word manual. I do this. Precise per frame. Yeah, I mean, that's not ideal. But like, I may just have to. I just have to live with that. With the late raid message, yes. Thank you, thank you. I know you were already here earlier anyway, so it's not like a major issue. It's all good. Or that you're like a major lurker in a lot of places. Good, so I don't know what this is like insinuating. Kinda strange. I don't know why it goes like a lot darker there. But I guess I'm just gonna set all these to precise per frame. That is like the slowest, but it doesn't actually really matter just because there's not gonna be that many doors breaking at a time. So like, who cares, right? We don't need to be worried about this. Make sure... Okay, so this doesn't really have a proper... Actually, it might have a proper collision box. No. Okay, so this is just baloney. Okay, I wanted to make sure. Yeah, it's just an automatic rectangle on those ones. That's fine. And then this doesn't need a precise hitbox either. Yeah, even though precise per frame is like slower processing wise, we're not going to be having that many doors dying at a time that we need to worry about it too much, I don't think. Now that still just kind of creates the same thing as before. I don't think that actually changed anything. But like, it might if we have some more like complicated rooms. So like, here's an idea. If we go back over here. By the way, I can just delete this door now. This was just here for testing. Get out of here. Destroy the door. So if I, for instance, have a room where it's like kind of indented. So if we did, and this is really odd for the record, I don't think I'd do this in like actual level design, but if I go to this tile layer, go to like auto tile, if I like had something like this, then like it would probably behave correctly. Once again, this would be absolutely deranged level design, but this is for the sake of testing. It's stress testing in case I did ever, for any reason, want to make something with like a more complicated shape. If we go this way, through there. Yeah, so this, like, other piece of the door still collapses correctly, as you'd expect. Or, like, it still flies back. And the other pieces are just stuck because, yeah, they're, like, kinda in the wall still. So, honestly, I think that's fine. I can live with that. Only slight issue is that it briefly appears on top of the tile layer for some reason. I don't know why. Like, tiles should be like a pretty good depth. Or rather, a pretty high depth. And they're like above the instance layer. So unless I didn't do this correctly, let me check something. When I break this door and I spawn these, do I? Yeah, so it is an instance create layer. Those should be spawning on the same layer. I don't know why that would be interfering then. That's really strange. If I just like manually override this to be at like a really high depth, like let's just say like minus 1,000. Does this just work now? I have made a big mistake. So that, for some reason, is like so high above that it like hides everything else. And this is having like similar issues. Weird. Can I like do this? Please? Would this maybe work at least? Okay, I think that works. Also, I don't know why it was so jank to begin with. I guess, like, instance depth and tile set depth don't seem to work in, like, the same way. Which is odd. It's really strange. There are different types of guns that do different types of damage to doors, and the doors that break with said guns, like pistol, have different breaking skins. I've like thought about that. Like if you mean that they would break them in sort of different ways. Like especially I was thinking so like fun fact, if do I have A Sprite up? Okay, I don't have A Sprite on like my taskbar. But if I very quickly bring up the first sprite for like the broken door. So bear with me for a moment. Where is this? I think this is correct. My A-Sprite layout is all kinds of fucked up as well. Where is... Show the frames. What the hell? timeline? There we go. Okay, sorry, I can get this on screen now. So yeah, if you can believe it, like, one of the first drafts for like the broken door, because like one of the ways you can break it is by punching it. You will actually see on like some of these frames there is like an impact crater like on them. Yeah, so like here, this is probably like the main one where it's most visible. Oh, well, that's the ads. Hang on, I'll continue talking about this in a second. Once the ads are over. Sorry. Sorry, as usual I'm just kind of resting my voice during the ad break. Be back soon. Okay. Should be out in a second. Okay. So, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by the ad break. Also, welcome in, Mr. Knight. But yeah, so I did initially have the idea to have, like, different door-breaking animations depending on, like, how it was done. So, like, this one would have been for if you punched it, which is why it has, like, the impact crater in the middle. But, pretty much the only reason why I'm not still doing that is because it just takes a lot of effort to animate all of this. Like, even just doing this one door animation, and like, a lot of the parts are hidden by other parts. So yeah, you can see that was hidden by this, like, top right sort of thing. It's like this, like, the bottom piece is like these. And then have like the top right, or sorry, top left. So like that falls as a piece. But like actually doing this animation, like splitting it into all the appropriate layers and stuff, like altogether this animation probably took like close to 4 or 5 hours, and that's just for like one of them. So I kind of decided that I wasn't gonna do like different animations, especially since like I'm gonna have to resprite this eventually anyway, just because this door is like very generic. So, am I partly Danish? I don't think so. I honestly don't know much about my like lineage, apart from like obviously my immediate lineage of knowing that my dad is American and my mother is Australian. So I think I've heard my mom say before that she has like some level of like Irish lineage as well, like Australian Irish, but I'm not 100% sure about that. The voice sounds like yours. Interesting. I wouldn't know why, necessarily. Grew up in Darwin when you were 4 and 5. Okay, that might explain it. Like, if you mean Darwin, the Australian city? I think that's what that is. My geography knowledge isn't the best. Hang on. Yeah, okay. That's an Australian city. Okay. That would probably explain it then. Northern Territory. Yeah, yeah. I gotcha. That would probably be why then. Makes sense. So it's not the Danish, it's the Australian. Yeah. Anyway, I guess I will get Ace Bright out of here. Yeah, I would add other door animations, but it's just a lot of work. When it's already, like, a lot of work I'm gonna have to do for, like, different types of doors and different, like, styles of doors, so I'm not gonna bother doing, like, unique animations for every style of weapon. And thank you for the follow as well. Much appreciated. So, I guess with all that said, I don't really have anything else to do now. I think I already got this thing working pretty well, where the doors just kind of collapse where they can. So, yeah, that's nice. I think I will switch to doing some gaming now, in that case. Because I did promise I would do some. So, I kind of just, like, work on this all stream. I said I wouldn't do that, so... Yeah, I'm happy with this. I'm glad we fixed this bug where different, like, types of semi-solids were being treated differently. We fixed the door issue. A lot of places we can go from here. I think if I very quickly look at my... I have, like, a list of things I still need to do. Yeah, I could quickly, like, look at my checklist. Yeah, I have a to-do list. 1 second. So yeah, I got the breakable open doors in. I do need to put sound effects on the doors, but that's something that needs to be kind of done off-stream, because doing that is a lot of just listening to to sounds, like just doom scrolling, like freesound.org and shit. Just trying to find the right sound for that. I need a proper state machine for the player's arms. I fixed, like, 2 bugs that I'm seeing. Which are the 2 bugs that I fixed this stream. So yeah, I guess what we would be doing next... Like, I don't know if I'll be doing this, like, on-stream or off-stream, but... I do need to give the arms a proper state machine, but that could take a while. Because currently you can kind of just do everything at the same time. Where you can, like... I mean, for one, you can, like, spam this move, which is, like, your parry, or it's meant to be your parry. Like, you could even, like, fire while you're in the middle of parrying, which is not correct either. The reload cancel is intended. Like, cutting off that, like, last bit of the reload. That's why that second, like, mark is there, that, like, indicator. Yeah, I need to do, like, more with the arms having, like, mutually exclusive actions and stuff, instead of just being able to do everything at the same time. Like, the parry in particular needs to have some level of commitment to it. Yeah, I'll worry about that a different time. But now, I present y'all with a choice. And like, you don't have to, nobody has to like contribute to this choice if they don't want to, but let's see, I don't know how many people are still around. I could just make an anonymous poll. Like, I either want to play some balloons or I want to play Slay the Spire. Like Slay the Spire 2. I could do either or. So let me see. If the poll gets no votes, then I'll just, you know, decide on something myself. Otherwise, I will quickly run a poll. What game? Balloons if you're on chimps. I will in fact be on chimps, sorta. Cause it's like, I'm trying to make a kinda hard level right now in btd6. So it would be level creation specifically. Balloons, tower defense, 6. Let's see. Ooh, it doesn't let me do this for very long. I guess I'll just give the forewarning that for those who don't know, btd6 is Bloons Tower Defense. So, btd6 level creation, or we could do Slay the Spire 2 daily run. It won't let me put daily run, so I'll just have to put daily. I don't know why they make the response length limit so short. Strange. Yeah, I'll run this for just like a minute. Alright, go wild. Vote if you wish. Nobody has to like chat if they don't want to, but I would be interested to see like what people want. This is kind of a rare case of me making the stream a democracy as well. Cause like, I don't know, I usually don't have enough people around to do polls. I got kindly rated by several people earlier, so there could be people lurking. Oh, let me make sure while this poll is running, let me quickly commit all of this. Restored shotgun functionality. Poll ended. Both had 0 votes. But I guess Knight technically said balloons, so I guess we'll do that. Restored shotgun functionality and fixed door visuals when breaking an opened door. Okay. You didn't see the poll until it ended. That's alright. We will do balloons anyway, because nobody voted, so that's all good. I figure most people are probably just like lurking and going to bed and stuff like that anyway, so that is all good. Let me make sure I hide Game Maker before I like close it. Otherwise it'll snap to something else. Making a hard map. We are Bloons TD6. There we go. I might keep the playlist on. just because, like, I've listened to the in-game music of btd6 a lot. So... let's see, will this just outright work? I haven't streamed this game in forever, man. Okay, so... the video needs to be rescaled. Sorta. Okay, it's not snapping. For whatever reason. Why is that the case? I could make it really wide or really squished. Not really what I'm looking to do, though. Oh, there we go. It finally snapped. And then I think I would need to go to the audio, too. And, like, set that manually. Okay, does this now work? Okay, it does. Sick. Yeah, I do need to make some revisions to the level a little bit before I... oh, boss rush event ended. Your team defended 0 of 5 islands. That makes sense because I don't have a team. Yeah, if I quickly go to the map editor... yeah, so like this is the map that I'm creating for fun. Once again, it's meant to be like pretty hard. I don't think it'd be like crazy hard, but like it's definitely tight in chimps. Especially since like I think this obstructs. Okay, it doesn't obstruct. I think it might obstruct vision, though. I think I did that. Yeah, so if I hide... which prop group is it? Yeah, so if I hide that, I made it so that you can't see through this. I don't think you can place stuff there either. I might have to double check that. There's still, like, a lot of stuff where I have to, like, modify some of these, like, little zones. Like, for instance, you can't place monkeys there, you can't place them here. But then I think you can still place them, like, here and here and here, and... you know, there's a lot more area that still needs to be added in that sense, but... I was just kind of, like, testing the basic gameplay. Like, sort of the intended gameplay, last night, actually. And it is possible. I found a setup that... I managed to get to, like, I think, like, round 80-something, at the very least, and that was on, like, a pretty unoptimized setup. But I think the setup I had here was, like, 2 Desperados, like, here and here, I want to say. I think that, with some, like, micro, can do it. It's, like, kinda odd. It's, like, very specific. As all good chimps maps are, right? It's like, I think at some point you have to set this to, like, strong or something. We'll try just setting it to strong by default. So that, like, nearly did it. Maybe you just set them both to strong. Yeah, point is, like, this can do it, though. In one way or another. I think if these are both strong, it can work. Almost. I think maybe I just wasn't putting this guy, like, far enough right. Like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong for this guy, to be honest. I think, did I have him, like, down here? I don't know, there was some permutation of this setup that beat the round, I remember. That was close. Once again. Maybe it was like guy down here and then this other one on strong. It was something like that. I don't know. One way or another, I know that it's possible, technically. Because, like, I had a game like that. I don't know if this is the one. No. Okay. Like, I can say from, like, experience, I did get one attempt of it to, like, 80-something, so I definitely think it's possible. I might have to tweak the layout a little bit just to be a bit more intuitive. Just because I think currently, yeah, there is still a problem where, like, you can still shoot through this, which doesn't quite make sense. So I need to add an area there. But I might just, like, move this ever so slightly. I'd have to move all of this with it, though. There we go. That. Like that. Okay. And then I was also changing the color of all these rocks, too. Because I realized it didn't make much sense for that to be red rocks in the middle of this, like, foresty area, which is what it's meant to be the destruction of. So I still need to modify that a little bit. I could also put, like, some very tiny details, too, like this. A little flower. That could be fun. Adds a little more flavor. Hmm. I don't think we need any wildlife. Like, I don't think it makes much sense for that to be a bird here. Let's get you out of there. I think this should be blocking. I didn't realize they added, like, a way to do that. I might be able to just take away one of these, then. Let's just delete that. Like, I will have to see if that's still possible, though. Wanna double check that if we save and exit. So, can't place that, that's good. Can't place that. Fair enough. What if I did this? Is this like an easier clear of this round? That almost handled it. I might have to, like, try this for a little bit. here. So bear with me. Like, I need to make sure this is still possible. Even with, like, this blocking the vision. And yeah, the blocking does seem to work correctly. Yeah, let's see. Nah, that one still made it through. So maybe we put this other one on strong at the end. It might be that finicky that I, like, need to put it on strong at, like, the very end. Like, this might require some micro. But, like, when does it become necessary? Like here, I think. Okay, not quite. Maybe it was only possible when, like, this was not obstructing the vision. We'll see. Maybe we do that to, like, maximize the vision. What if that does better? We'll see. Okay, hang on. That got past round 6. See? So it is possible. It's just very, very finicky. Which to me is kind of the ideal for a hard map. Oh yeah, and then this round requires a mid-round monkey placement, I'm pretty sure. Which is kind of fun. It's like, otherwise, that blue escapes. So I think in that sense... do, like, this kind of a thing. Yeah, mid-round monkey placement. Nice. Ah. Might require, like, a mid-round upgrade of some kind. Yeah, otherwise that green escapes. I don't know if we even have enough money to, though. Yeah, not really, so I think that is just like a dead round. Like, this is a dud. But, like, the way I see it, if you can get past round 6 and 7, like, you can probably find a way to get past round 8. So, I think this is still gonna be possible. If we have to make more adjustments later, then that's fine. Another thing, too, is I think Pats have, like, different settings. Like, if we really need to, we can just, like, do the different settings. If we click on... all balloon speed, yeah, so you can actually, like... yeah, you can actually, like, tweak these different points. I think we should probably up all balloon speed here. Just a little bit. Oops. Nope, never mind, hang on. I accidentally moved it slightly, which I wasn't really trying to do. Okay. Uh-oh. I think that's fine. I think that reversed the damage. I think. Let me just make sure. Hang on. Exit without saving. Okay, and then we can... I'm gonna skip this song. Hang on. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, if we click on each path, so this is path 1. We do edit, set that. We switch to path 2, edit. Oh, what? Let me see something, actually. I should probably just hide the other layers. That would make this a lot easier. I'm realizing. If I hide that, okay. That makes it a lot easier to see what's actually going on here. So then we go here for paths. We go edit path 0.5. Yep. Oh. Has to edit. Okay, so it just kind of connects to this like back thing anyway. Seems to be the idea. Now the only problem is we need to kind of implement like more curves for this, I think. Especially since like this is currently kind of asymmetrical. Hmm. This is odd. I don't know. Maybe I just put it down here. Oh, that introduces some like odd stuff though. Oh, okay, hang on. We might have to do this in steps to make this easier to get right. So like let's just change all of them to 1.25 to begin with. And then we can do these other changes later. Done. The path. We go. We do path 3, edit. Do this. That's done. Path 4, edit. Tweak the speed. Done. Okay. So then we can just go ahead and like save this, save and exit. Now I do think, will it just like automatically bring back all the props when we do this? Okay. Okay. That seems fine to me. Okay. So then we need to actually modify these paths to be a bit more suitable for what I'm going for. That seems about right for that. Maybe like a little bit more this way. And then we want to do the same thing for path 4. Sorry. Delete that. Take this over here. Okay, see, like, there we go. Just need to make this a little less stick-like in here. I suppose it doesn't really matter. You don't really see that part of the path anyway. Like, let's just compare the two. Well, it's like much longer this way. Hmm. Oops. Not quite. I think that's... Well, it seems asymmetrical. It's like kind of hard to get these to look the same. We got like roughly the same, at the very least. That looks fine to me. I think that's okay. A bit of asymmetry is fine anyway, that just adds character. Okay. Then with the side 2 done. Well, sorta done. I should probably like double check. Okay, so these do... I'm sure there's a way to, like, step out without saving it, like, in that menu. Of having to, like, constantly reload. Maybe there is, like, an easier way to check this. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Now, the only part of this that still looks a little odd is with Moabs, I think. Like, if I actually, like, go... Get where it is. Oh, it's in, like, next. Yeah, if I go to, like, sandbox on this... Moabs look really strange on this map. Because... if we send, like, round 40, for instance... Yeah. So, like, that's kind of strange. I think maybe what we'll have to do is set balloon size to 0 there again. Something like that. Exit without saving. We go back to path 1, edit this. Oh, I should probably hide the prop layer, huh? Do that. Okay, then we edit this path. Might need to move it like a bit more into the mouth too. Then we, yeah, set all balloon speed to that. Scale Moabs. You know, actually, balloons can stay the same size because they actually behave alright. It's Moabs that are the problem. Like, specifically. So the Moab scale there should be, like, way smaller. View a bit more in there. And then we scale Moabs down again. Yep, done there. It still looks a little weird, but it's inside the mouth where it looks the weirdest. So, like, I can kind of deal with that. I can live with it. Now, if we set this to edit again, I just want to quickly double check that these paths are correctly set to... Yeah. So no Moab scale on all those, I think. So let me go exit without saving, and we'll see how this looks when we like send the actual some actual rounds here. Be able to see. to next sandbox. Yeah, the curve still looks kind of off on this side, so I need to fix that at some point, but for now this is just making sure that Moabs look alright. Not quite? Apparently they're only coming down these middle two paths. Which I don't think I made the change for yet. Maybe I just send a big round or something. That's round 90. I believe this is the DDT round. What about, like, round 98? Doesn't that have a lot of Moabs and stuff? Please? Weird, it's only sending them down these, like, two middle paths. Which is really strange. Oh, hang on. Okay, so it sent it down here, but it never rescaled it again. You have no control over where it gets sent? Apparently not. So, like, they show up, they're just strange. Because it still says that they're 0. I do wonder if, like, if I send them as, like, a count... Okay, so that also allows me some finite control over it. Yeah, so, like, these other modes are just never being rescaled on this path, but that's okay. We can probably fix that. Like that. Yeah, so that, like, sets them to 0 even though they should be... Huh. Oh, okay, so it only, like, rescales them if you specifically tell it to. That's odd. Okay. So we scale Moabs up from here. Click done. Go to this other side. Go. Trying to make this look a little more even still. That actually did do a pretty alright job. And then we set this to scale Moabs up once again. Okay. So now this should look correct on the outer two paths. Hopefully. If we do this. Go next, sandbox. We just send 4 Moabs. So yeah, these middle two still look weird. Actually, that does still look a little strange. Just because it takes a while to look, like, noticeable. I might need to introduce, like, another point in the curve to, like, scale them a bit more rapidly. What the hell is this? What? I have no idea what those are. Completely invisible. Yeah, if I now do this with these as well, let's send them. Okay, weird. So like those took a little longer to show up. Yeah, so it's still like a little strange looking. Just because they take so long to scale up. Like that could be adjusted. Did I program my own overlay? Depends what you mean by the overlay. I mean this plushie of myself, I drew myself. But I don't really have like a proper overlay. I used to. I don't know if I still have it here. Yeah, otherwise I don't really have much of an overlay. Yeah, I used to have this that I used to use. But I kind of stopped using it because there was a lot of screen space for something that doesn't really add that much to the stream. So... have little duckies moving around? Oh, those are the stream avatars. You can just get that on Steam. Yeah, I didn't program them. There's a third-party thing. Yeah, so these now perform... well, these now show up, like, somewhat as intended, so that's nice. Yeah, we might need a little bit more adjustment. Whoops. Right, I should probably hide the layers again. Do that. Uh-oh. That's kinda odd. Because, like, this is such a large path. Hmm. Yeah, this should scale Moabs up. There we go. so we have that approximately that distance away. Of this be approximately the same distance. Okay. I just realized I probably should clarify. The stream avatars, I didn't make the app, but I did actually draw the duckies. I should I should say that. So it's like a bit of both. I didn't program my own overlay, I just like added the duckies specifically. It was fun. Seems about right. Oh, actually, did I? I didn't even set it to scale yet. There we go. Cool. So now this should scale them more rapidly, which should look a lot better. If I quickly do sandbox, do this, send 4 Moabs, the ones on the side should now be looking completely correct. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that makes it so that, I mean, once I do the other two as well, especially, those look a lot better. Like, much, much better. I could honestly move, like, this point, like, farther inside the mouth, too. Since, like, they're kind of being, this, like, underside doesn't represent how much obstruction this, like, overside actually gives. Yeah, we can do that. Edit map again. Like, we could do like that even. And do the same on the other side. Okay. And then if we hide these props, yeah, they're like about the same on the inside. It's like close enough. If anything, it might even be like the other middle paths that make it look a little bit asymmetrical. Whatever. It's not literally unplayable doing it like that, so I don't care. Yeah, now if I test this one more time. Also, we are going to be in ads in a second, so I might actually just go quickly take a bathroom break. And I will be back to play more balloons. Yeah. See y'all in a little bit. See y'all after the ads. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry, I am back. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly test this, this again. Like spawning these Moabs. That might be a little too far. And like, that's definitely gonna look kinda odd on these like bigger Moabs too, or bigger blimps, I guess. I don't know why the ZOMGs take so long to spawn, for the record. It's really strange. Yeah, so like that doesn't quite look right either. Maybe it was fine before. But come to think of it, I can just like modify this here apparently. Okay, so I don't have to like quit out every time. That's handy. So we try to put this like approximately at the tooth. Okay. Okay. There we go. Can save that. A little sandbox. Okay, see, like that works a lot better. doesn't come up like too early. Let me test the ZOMGs as well. Okay, they could maybe be a little bit further inside. Like just a tiny bit further. Especially with like DDTs that come out like really fast. Like I could stand to put them a tiny bit further inside the mouth. Probably more in line with like this little ridge there. There we go. Send one of those. Let's send some DDTs too. Okay, hang on, that looked right from these two sides. Once again, the other two aren't done yet, so don't sue me, please. Oh, that's perfect, pretty much. What I could tell. At least on this side. I was mainly looking at this side. Let's look at the other side. Just to be extra sure. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. I can accept that. Good. Very nice. Wonderful. Now, I do wonder if that's still, like, a little bit out of line. They look fine, actually. Like, even when I do this and hide the layer, they look about symmetrical, so I think that's fine. Maybe this one has, like, a little bit of rigidity to, like, this little thing here. Hang on. Let's just save that. Let it this top path just a tiny bit. Maybe not. I just don't know if I care enough to, like, correct that tiny little bit. I don't think I do. Well, so this should be as fast as possible, to be honest. Like, just get them out the mouth, like, ASAP. Nobody cares what happens inside the mouth when you can't even hit them yet. fact, like, let's actually make sure there's a... like that. A path. Vulnerable and vulnerable. Yep. And then, yeah, just set that for that too. Okay. Actually no, let's not save and exit. We can do save map. We'll do sandbox. We'll just send some of these again. Yeah, so you can see they like slow down as they get closer. But then otherwise like they still come out like the same. Yeah, very nice. Sick. And like even if I quickly clear these out, add a sniper monkey. Okay, so I think it never makes them vulnerable again. That's why I wanted to test that. I felt like that might be an issue. Yeah, and lo and behold, it is. Okay, fair enough. Also, this path is still like a little... yeah, a little weird looking. I think that's fine. And then this, it disables their invulnerability. Okay. This other one... so these are no longer invulnerable. Okay. Save that. Should be now working. Go to sandbox. Now, I haven't tweaked the other two yet because they're still a work in progress, but... now, if we go back here... yeah, it is now actually, like, popping some of them. I don't know how it got rid of the... the ceramics there. That's probably just some, like... something to do with its upgrade. If we do like this will be, like, a better indicator if that's behaving correctly. Also, I need to send 4 Moabs instead of 5. Yeah, okay. Maybe I even do main Moab. Like that. Okay. Yeah, that works. I think the only thing that was kind of strange there is it, like, immobilized them... Like, even while it was still, like, completely invisible. I don't know why it did that, but... kind of strange. Hmm. Now, why would that be? Really odd. I don't know if there's much I can do about that. Yeah, like, that's setting them correctly, so... I guess, whatever, we'll have to just deal with that as it is. It's fine. Let me check the distance between these. They're like a little further apart than they should be, I think. That's probably fine there. Like little micro adjustments. Oops. A little tad further away. Maybe a little tad lower on this. That looks about right. Okay. Now we just need to edit the middle paths. That only took like an hour to get the pathing correct on those two. Awesome. Sorry, I had to mute to sneeze. Okay. So back to these two. I think I did save, but I'll do it again just in case. Oh. Edit path. Now, what I want to do I think, is for one, I need to hide these. To edit path. Do this all the way up here. Add like a downwards curve like this. Make sure it sets the balloon speed immediately. Then I think somewhere around here is where this little thing needs to be. Kind of like the curve of this other one slightly more. That's fine. Yeah, and then this will scale the Moabs. And make them vulnerable again. Oh, and it should actually scale the balloons too. Did I like decrease the balloon scale on all the others too? I should probably make sure I didn't do that. That would probably help. And I'll save this. We'll worry about that in a second. Why do I have the cobs in like totally different places? These. I'm strange in how I choose to do all this. Like, why would I do that? Okay, I need to like adjust these to actually like match then. So that would help a lot. Like, one of them should just be like right here in the mouth. Roughly in line with this little splash here, just to give myself like a visual to line up with. Then the other point should be down there. Like, almost just inside this like little red area. Okay. And then this being here also fucks it up a little bit, but we will deal with that in a moment. Yeah, this one's on this side, so it'll be approximately over here, in line with this fence. Bit more to the side. See, there we go. Like, they're now pretty much symmetrical. All I had to do was just actually follow what I did for the other one. Actually, hang on, there is a slight issue here. Not down enough. I think that's a little better that way. Yeah. Do that as well. Move it over just a tad. Actually, I think I need to move it over like a lot more even. Hmm. I think that's better. And now, oh. How well do these two actually like align? That one's at the edge of the carpet. That one is also at the edge of the carpet, so these should be fine, really. One and one. Okay. All balloon speed should be 1 here. Also, welcome in, Ein. Ah yes, it's the btd6. Haven't seen or played this in 3 or 4 years. Fair enough. I kinda quit it like last year myself. I should take away their invulnerability. Or I think it would have been the year before the last, actually. I think it was like around Halloween, like 2024. And then I recently came back to it since my computer is still being worked on. This is actually like a game that I can play. Unlike most things now. Pretty much any game that has like 3D is like almost impossible to play on this computer. Like, I've been playing Counter-Strike just to try and get like my weekly reward from it. And it's been kind of a nightmare. I've basically just been trying to get my XP by just like camping angles and using a shotgun. Since that's easy to aim on like extreme lag. So it's been kind of silly. Yeah, in this game, like, you know, kind of just walks by comparison. This is fine. It should be approximately the same. I mean, hang on, they're a little too far still, I'd say. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Save this. We can now check if this actually, like, releases the Moabs correctly, too. Do that real quick. Especially with all of, like, these extra details, I don't think anyone will notice, like, very slight imperfections in the track layout. Like, it's close enough to symmetrical. People aren't gonna pay, like, a ton of attention to it. But yeah, if I release these... That is not correct. I think I know why, though. It's because... meant to become... That's supposed to still be, like, size 0 here. So these should still be 0, and then... It's like a little out here that they're meant to rescale. Fuck off. I hate when it just drags them. I wish there was like an undo for like dragging them, and maybe there is, and I just haven't found it. Are you kidding me? It saved that? Are you? Oh my god, bro. You cannot be serious. Let me fucking drag the thing! Sorry. God, I have to like take it out here. Sorry for the slight baby rage. Hopefully nobody was like sleeping or anything. Not letting me do shit, man. God, that was frustrating. The only reason you know this game is because of the Atrioc streamer and Ballad of a Backseater. I don't know much about Atrioc, to be honest. Fair enough. That's not fine either. Oh, because it's... Bro, come on! I hate having to mess with these things. That's so annoying. Every time that I need to mess with one of these, I want to actually fucking end it all, man. Like, are you kidding me, dude? Okay, now it can scale Moabs up. God. It looks a little out of line, too. Oh, because it's still doing the fucking thing. Stop. God, please stop. There's nothing I have ever wanted more than for this to just behave. He's doing a balloon subathon and one of his childs made a song making fun of the backseaters that have been messing with him for hours. Fair enough. I mean, backseaters do get kind of annoying sometimes. I mean, not that I have much experience with it, just because I am like a smaller streamer. But like, they can absolutely like terrorize people. I've seen it before. What the fuck is this, man? Why? I'm gonna get rid of the prop slayer. Why does it keep resetting the length of this thing? Bro. I was nowhere even close. Like, could this just behave? Please. I'm like actually begging. Just like somewhat behave. Okay, done. Save that. So keep this in mind. We have it approximately set up like this. So it's perfectly in line with where the tongue gains like a shade. Okay. Bro. Where is like this coming from? That's like approximately like below the chimney. It should be like down here. In short. Oh, here we go. It's starting to line up correctly. Almost. Okay, whatever. That's fine, I think. In terms of like how it lines up. Okay, and then this scales them up. Done that, and... yeah, that's fine. Okay, whatever. That's fine. We can now sandbox this just to make sure it's all behaving correctly. Okay, hang on. Was like almost there? I think maybe the right side is the only one that needs some adjustment. This left side seems fine. Like same, I suppose, with the ZOMGs. Even though the particles still show up in front, which is a little annoying. Okay. Please just select the right thing, I swear to God. This game is so annoying sometimes with its editor. Oh my god, I'm just gonna do that. Okay, whatever, that's fine. I can accept that. Sandbox this. Oops. Not quite what I meant to do. How does it look from here? That's fine. I send the ZOMGs. It should probably be the same, right? Yeah, okay. That's fine. For some reason the DDT on the left middle is like slightly further ahead than the other one. Might just be some like weird like different alignment inside the mouth. Yeah, so like we hide this. Yeah, it definitely does seem a little shorter. Hmm. I definitely need to like redo some of the symmetry here. It's not quite symmetrical right now, despite my best efforts. Like, it doesn't have to be completely symmetrical once again, but it just needs to be, like, roughly symmetrical. Like, close enough to symmetrical that people weren't, like, bat an eye at it, right? Currently, like, the left and right still seem a little misaligned, too. Let's do that. I'm definitely gonna have to, like, realign this all later. That's a little bit more symmetrical, but then, like, these two still don't quite line up. So, yeah. Then I do want to very quickly test one more thing. Just to make sure that, like, once the end sniper's not, like, attacking too early or anything, that I actually, like, set up the... like, invulnerability correctly. Yeah, so, like... yeah, it still has to actually, like, make it out of the mouth a little bit before it escapes. I do need to remove the obstruction here, because, like... well, I mean, it is... I feel like they could see over the teeth. Like, that shouldn't be obstructing them. Much as it is. Let's remove blocking from all these. Okay. Because, yeah, I definitely think the monkeys would be taller than that. Now, since we did the path for a little bit, I do want to very quickly continue replacing these rocks. So just go ahead and save again, just to make sure. Then, let's see. It's like a rock. Yeah, it's like these that I was using. Yeah. Like this one blocks. Please, like, fuck off a little bit. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to, like, manually... I can't even manually do it. Oh my god. There we go. Okay. Okay. Maybe adjust this. Like, adjust this down. There was a way to, like, horizontally stretch it. Or, sorry, vertically stretch it. And save that. Maybe just keep it like this. Hmm. Oh, there we go. That's nice. Save that. Okay. Maybe make that a little smaller. Just a tad. Yep, that's fine. Maybe rotate it a little bit. Adjust its position. I think that's fine. Whew. Alright. We have some slightly smaller rocks we can use too. Because that... like a slightly different style of rock, which I'm not like a huge fan of. Like we can make it work, probably. I don't know. I mean, this is just kind of the same kind of rock anyway, like the one I just placed. I'm gonna get it in a spot where it's like pretty similar looking. Delete that. Like rotate it a little more. That's fine. I mean, this almost doesn't quite make sense, or currently is. It should be burnt on the side, if anything. Like, if it's gonna be burnt at all. I always feel like that's not even necessary. Or otherwise, I might want to, like, rearrange this slightly to where it's, like, only burnt on this side. If that actually looks alright. Oh. Yeah, like, that's pretty good. It's still, like, a little bit jutting out at the bottom. I don't quite like. Whatever, that'll do. This realistically should be like a bit more burnt. That's probably fine. That's good. Possibly even more. That's fine, I guess. Oh, that's the odds too. Sorry about that. You know, I kind of intended to end before the 4-hour mark, to be honest. Just kind of like continuing on anyway. Do excuse me for that. Okay, so there's one more rock for us to replace, and it's a pretty easy one. Because we don't need to do, like, the bond mocks or anything. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we're back from ads. Welcome back. So I finished replacing all of these, I think. We now save and exit. Yeah. Now all the rocks are the right color, that's good. I don't really know what else to do now. Apart from, like, continue correcting the paths, but I might do that a bit more off-stream. Just because, like... Well, I mean, there is also areas where I still need to, like, add no place zones, actually, now that I look at this. I believe if I do this... Yeah, so, like... Funny thing, you can place it on the tongue, which is... kind of funny, actually. I almost wish I could place it, like, here. If that was a thing, I would actually let them... Or I would let that stay. Yeah, then you can also go inside the teeth, which isn't quite right. Like, if it wasn't so far in, I'd actually kind of just allow that. I think that's really funny. Like, if you could just stand here on the tongue, I would deadass be okay with that. Let me see if I can make that a thing. I think that would be hilarious. I want that to be a thing now. It is a platform, but I guess the way that it's, like, orientated... Okay, so it's like this sort of thing. If I, like, move this... not quite. Okay. So that, like, cuts a hole in the tongue. Actually, that isn't too bad. I wonder if that allows placement in there. Once again, if there's a way to make this work without it being, like, stupid, I'd actually be down for it. Like, it really doesn't want me to place it down here for some reason, or to, like, the right, which is also really strange. Hmm. Yeah, there's no way to make it, like, actually placeable on the tongue in any, like, meaningful capacity. Which does suck. I kind of wish I could make it do that. But I guess it's just not meant to be. Well, hang on. If I like raise it up a little bit. What about now? I just have to like rearrange it a bit? Almost. It's like really strange where it does and does not allow you to place it. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. I think unfortunately we're just gonna have to like outright exclude it from being placed on. Otherwise it causes like really strange issues. It's very selective. Like how you're allowed to do it. Hmm. Also realizing it's like slightly misaligned. Like it should be like that, and then this should also be a little bit more Urva. Yeah, there we go. That's fine. Save map. And then we need to actually add in this little area. Interactable areas, no, not quite. Hang on, that's not what I meant to do. Exit without saving. Again to... New layer added. Click done. Do this. Now, if we hide the props layer, we can now actually edit this a bit more meaningfully. Okay, so you can add in these as well. Or what? It'd probably be easier to just do it as like a rigid thing. Okay. Have I run out of nodes I can add? Really now? Oh, I haven't. Okay, it was just being odd. Oops. There we go. I think that's about right. Hmm. It's weird trying to get this to line up correctly. I guess I kind of like weirdly fucked it up when I was like creating the original area. Probably a little more accurate there. Just the tiniest bit. Whatever. I think that's good enough there. Take a little more like up here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And then if we unhide the props, yeah, so that makes sense. Yep, that makes sense to me. Now, I'd maybe need like a little bit more in like the tongue area. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Hmm. Why did it grab that one, man? Okay. What do the currents do? They control, like, the area. Like, these areas. And the areas are basically like little zones where, like, for instance, here, this area's purpose is to stop people from placing monkeys in, like, the mouth of the dragon. That would be a little bit odd. Basically for, like, defining play space. Yeah, points on a polygon, exactly. Exactly. That's a good way to put it. Maybe have these a little higher. I think that's pretty good. Like a little higher on this one. Yeah, alright. Maybe have like a small indent here just because... Yeah, I don't want it to oppress too much into like this little area. I could even like have it be like this. It's even less obtrusive. Does this work? It does in fact work. That does at your own username. Well, I guess it works provided that that's what you were trying to do. Which, like, maybe? Who knows? I certainly don't. Okay, so if we go back into Sandbox... Okay, it's definitely still a little too intrusive. Like, on these edges, not so much, but definitely on... I'm trying to get messages to display on an overlay. Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That is all good. Like, weirdly enough, on this side, this seems fine. On this other side is where it feels too intrusive. And I think that might be actually because of the slide. I wish that wasn't the case. If we go to this one, move both of these over, and then I test that. Yeah, so that's actually from the slide. Feels like there's not a lot I can do to get that to look right, then... Just annoying. It's really annoying. I could maybe just put in like an extra small obstruction there just to make it make sense a little bit. If I can't change the collision, then I'll change the terrain, you know? I think that makes sense. Put in... Oh, just duplicate this one. I don't know how else to, like, create them. I've forgotten the the object used. Okay. So that makes that a little bit more straightforward to understand. Even like a little larger. Further up. Hmm. I got this exactly right. Okay, whatever. Okay, and then I can go edit this other area to match this. Okay. Maybe trim this down a little tiny bit. Okay. That's fine, I think. Save that. And we will very quickly test this just to see that it lines up. Yeah, like I think that gets the point across like adequately enough. Though it still obstructs this, which is annoying. And do I actually can I lower the tongue more to make that work? That feels kind of shit. Hmm. Make it a bit smaller. That, maybe. save, put in sandbox. Why? Why? Oh my god, it's so strange, man. The way that this tongue works. Slash slide. Tongue slash slide. It doesn't behave correctly. I might have to just shove the tongue, like, back in a little bit. Just to get this to, like, be intuitive. And then we just readjust this again. Okay. Save that. Go to sandbox. Like, it's still trying to let me, like, place it in there, which is kind of stupid. And like these other angles work fine. Like I'm just gonna have to make my peace with that. I wish you could set like whether or not you want it to be a platform or not. It's like that's really stupid. I can't even layer it on top of the props either or anything like that, so I don't think it'll let me fully obstruct it. Yeah. We go back in. It still tries to let me place it in here, which is beyond stupid. That is really stupid. Like, I feel like areas like that should be omnipresent. I think it's kind of silly that this doesn't fully obstruct the monkey. What if I set this to blocking? Like, just set both of these to blocking. Continue. I saved that and went to the sandbox. No, it still lets me do it. The hell, man? This is stupid. Or why it wants that to be a thing. Is there like a different prop I could use for this, maybe? If I like modify it in some way. Oh, you slide. I could have his tongue be a giant jelly bean, maybe. Okay, no, that's nowhere near big enough. It's a funny idea. If only. That is also too small. Hmm. It's funny that it lets me have the rubber duck. Yeah, like... I can't really think of any other way I could have this work. Uh-oh. Like, what if I just try replacing it, right? It's like completely unmodified dimensions. Whoops. Don't save and exit, just save. Save and don't exit. That is so odd. Why is it like that? It must be because, like, this is the original, and it has, like, an oblong, or a maladjusted hitbox, I guess, or collision box. Like, if I go here... Yeah, so it doesn't let you put it there, normally. So I guess that does kind of make sense. Why it's, like, very particular about it. Still wish that wasn't the case, though. Hmm. Maybe you could have this be the tongue. That's fine. It's like not as good, but it does prevent the issue from before. Might just have to make my peace with it. I do wonder if I could add, like, the little tongue line, too. Maybe I could. I just need, like, something that is, like, black and relatively straight. Or, like, brown, even. Like a dark brown. You put a jelly bean in his mouth. I don't know, I'm kind of losing the plot at this point. Hang on. Ah, that is light. For a second I was thinking I could maybe, like, position it like this and then put it like that, bring it up a bit. Actually, you know what? I still probably could. Like, just tilt it enough to get that out. That's a bit too silly. A tire I feel like is too wide. That's too bumpy. The lamppost might unironically be the best shot we have. I don't think anything else here is gonna work. Yeah. Alright, let's bring the lamppost back. Just use a little trickery. Maybe we can even, like... Oop. Hang on, we're getting to something. Okay, hang on. That kinda cooks. Despite the weird, like, light that it adds. Hang on. Let me see how that looks. That's actually not too bad. I kinda like it. It's kinda silly, but It gets the job done. Even like make it a little bigger and then like not quite. It needs to be kind of hidden in the tongue to look right. Exit without saving. Honestly, I think that works. I'm okay with this. We go to sandbox. Yeah, like that deadass looks pretty good. I'll take it. I wish I could get rid of the light, but I can also make my peace with it. It adds a little bit more texture, so... You know what? I'll just keep it. And then once again, it just kinda works. You can get him to lick the monkey a little bit. Just for fun, just as a little treat. Yummy. Alright. With that said, I think I am gonna end now. I spent like way too long trying to get that to look right. It's been like another 45 minutes, damn. Time flies. Yeah, that is gonna be it for me. I don't think that I have any, like... Yeah, there's still like another few hours until the missions too, so... Yeah. I'm gonna give this a rest for now. I guess thank y'all for watching. It was a fun time today. We did get raided by... not Rel, Aeon, Jinx, and Sonar Rosalia. Once again, do check them out as well. I mean, I don't think I could shout all of them out at the same time, but you could probably find them, like, off the VOD. Like, if you check one of them out, you could probably just look at the VOD and, you know, go from there. Yeah, check them all out. Especially, like, if you came from, like, one of them but haven't checked out the other two yet, like, you should absolutely do that. I should also... Hang on, really quickly, Rel didn't raid us, but, like, you should check out, Rel as well. I should do that. Yeah, because, like, Rel was also part of that collab. I just think they weren't streaming, is all. So, yeah, definitely go follow Rel as well. Yeah. That's gonna be it for me, though. I'll talk to y'all later. Have a good one. I'll probably be back in a couple of days, so day after tomorrow should be my next stream. Yeah. Once again, thank y'all. Have a good one. Oh, I should see if there's anyone to raid, actually. That would be nice, if there is. I can't promise anything. Oh? Let's see. There is one person I could raid, but I'm not sure how long they'll continue being online. Interesting. Yeah, I kind of wish I had someone in, like, the same sort of, like, I don't know, group of mutuals to raid, but yeah, I don't know, a lot of their friends, like, kind of go offline at around this time anyway, so that's kind of hard. But, yeah, I guess, let me see, I can And probably raid Elia. Or Ellie. She's doing Uma Musume. Yeah, you know what? Why not, right? She is also Australian, I believe. Just like I am, for the record. That's why that's relevant. Yeah, she's doing Musume, just doing some runs. I don't know what kind of runs. The title just says puzzles then Uma, so I'm honestly not sure. Hell if I know. Yeah, go give her some love. Whoop. Oops. Hopefully that doesn't notify that her. She wasn't meant to see that. Oopsies. Oh, also, I guess it just gave me the warning. Intended for mature audiences, apparently. I'm telling you, you didn't see that. Okay, but yeah, go raid Alia. Here are the raid commands. Yeah, so go give a raid. Have a good one. I'll be back in a couple of days. I'm probably just gonna go ahead and send the raid to break the awkwardness of me accidentally shouting her out instead of raiding her. So yeah, go raid. Have a good one. I'll be back soon. Bye bye. Thank you all for watching.